A cold night in Colorado Springs and a good matchup here in the USL Championship presented by Capelli. Both teams coming off US Open Cup triumphs midweek, and the scarves around as Colorado Springs Switchbacks FC hosts El Paso Locomotive FC. Great to be with you, Matt Peterson with Ken Levica. As we look at the standings in the USL Championship, we focus on the Western Conference. Look at Monterrey at the top on 14 points. We see the red line. Oakland jumped in front of it with a home win today. Colorado Springs, the defending league champion, with some work to do.
Yeah, last season at the end of the regular year, we saw Colorado Springs in that number 2 spot in the West. Final day of the season, they leapfrog. They have work to do. They need to find the defense.
Now, Justin Dillon's been scoring goals in this league for a long time. We look at his last 3, first against Monterrey, before that against Indy. Yeah, Justin Dillon, this player to watch, presented by Modelo.
Justin Dillon is providing such force in the attack. Colorado Springs having to replace some goal scorers from a year ago, scored in the loss to Monterey Bay.
Andy Cabrera, he was the hero midweek, the late equalizing goal, and then the go-ahead goal. That was in the Open Cup. He's also been scoring for his father's side in the USL Championship. 3 goals on the season, and he scored in 4 straight matches overall, first in club history.
Instant attack in that goal, 90+7. Hero is right. He's the one who delivered the added time.
Spring hasn't quite sprung in the Springs of Colorado. We'll have lineups and kickoff from Widener Field after the break.
Injured in a crash? Get McDivitt and you get a firm dedicated to every single detail of your case.
We have the knowledge and resources to investigate the crash and your insurance company's small print.
Details matter. That's why we dive deep into every aspect of your case. This gives us the firepower we need to make the insurance company pay you the money you deserve.
We never ask you to pay a penny until we get you max money for your injuries.
Online at mcdivittlaw.com.
McDivitt.
The moment you call McDivitt, an action plan is put into place right away to get you the help you need.
Each case and each client is different, with different needs and solutions. Your attorney and team immediately investigates every aspect of your crash and injuries.
We track down all the paperwork and deal directly with the insurance company for you.
We keep you in the loop every step of the way, fighting to get you max money for your injuries.
And you never pay us a dime until we get money for you.
McDivitt.
I don't remember how it started.
Go to that.
Our back and forth. It always came back. Dad! You probably don't remember what you told me.
That was perfect.
But I heard every word.
Today's player walkout is sponsored by Children's Hospital Colorado. A moment everyone loves, the animosity between the rivals as they walk out on this frigid night, 35 degrees in Colorado Springs at Widener Field. They met on opening night. Can they meet again for the second time in 2025?
It is rare at this juncture of a season to face each other twice at this point, but you've got 2 sides that desperately need results, especially Colorado Springs.
Now let's look up the lineup for Colorado Springs, the defending champions. It's a 4-2-3-1 formation. Veteran goal scorer Justin Dillon up front.
Not terribly different from what Colorado Springs trotted out the last time in USL Championship play, that 2-1 defeat at the hands of Monterey Bay. You have Ward coming in at left back. He was available as a substitute the last time out, and that very potent Hanya Zandy Endley Dillon at top of the formation.
And for El Paso Locomotive and Wilmer Cabrera coming off the victory on Wednesday. He keeps his son in the lineup after he scored twice on Wednesday. Moreno and Ruiz join him. It's a 3-4-3 formation with 2 wingbacks and 2 defensive midfielders.
Matt, this isn't just a father doing a son a favor here. This is the fact that Andy Cabrera is an absolute monster. 4 goals, last 4 matches, all competitions, and this is a set-piece machine. This El Paso side, 9 of their 20 goals across all competitions this season have come off of corners. You cannot allow them to organize with set pieces.
They met in El Paso on opening day, March 8th, and some of the faces have changed. Tejada was leading the Colorado Springs line on that day. Roberto Avila was leading the line for El Paso, but most have stayed the same. And of course, you have Justin Dillon traded from El Paso to Colorado Springs last August. Wahab Akwe sent the other way, so at least feelings friendly enough to execute a trade just about 9 months ago.
Yeah, no doubt about it, but those two could come up massive, both in the starting 11 for their respective sides. Now perhaps a little bit of career revenge.
Servando Berna is our referee, in charge of this one on a frigid night in the upper 30s in Colorado. Here we go from Widener Field. Both teams trying to improve their credentials in the USL Championship. They've done it in the Open Cup. Can they find the form here in the USL Championship regular season?
We're going to be curious tonight. Just looking defensively, we know that these sides can score. You've got an El Paso side, 11 goals on the campaign. That's tied for most, along with coming into today, Loudon, Monterey Bay, also Phoenix. Colorado Springs tied for 6th in the championship with 9 goals, but Colorado Springs has conceded 10 times. That's 4th most in the championship. El Paso's a sieve 12 times in the championship, 3rd most in the league.
Free kick is given at midfield. And you look at the score lines. No clean sheet so far for Colorado Springs coming off the championship last year. The 2-2 draw to open the season and a player down after that free kick.
Yeah, Torres is this challenge. Yeah, and you'll see Akeem Ward makes contact with the heel of Gabby Torres, and he goes sprawling to the turf. And with that 39-degree kickoff temperature, you're feeling that about double here in this brisk breeze and these cold temperatures in Colorado Springs.
This injury stoppage is brought to you by Common Spirit Health.
Now you look at Colorado Springs, and we mentioned the issues conceding goals, again 10 this season. They conceded the 7th fewest goals in the championship a year ago, and that really helped them down the stretch. This has been a complete role reversal.
Common Spirit Health injury report. Both teams healthy coming off the Open Cup in midweek. That's good to hear for El Paso and Colorado Springs.
Yeah, it is. I tell you what, when you come out of those and you have a clean bill of health, and this is a really pivotal match for Colorado Springs to get back on the right track, a rare home match, only their 2nd so far in championship play. What a benefit it is for both managers, James Chambers, Wilmer Cabrera on the El Paso side.
Clean challenge. Good outlet here for Colorado Springs. Yosuke Hanya leading the attack for Colorado Springs. Good delivery, good settling touch, and a clearance right in front of Jamali Waits. Best move of the night so far. It comes and it involves Yosuke Hanya.
That was outstanding buildup, and Hanya, what a delivery, lofted it perfectly, outstanding weight into the area. Zandy just could not quite get the touch, and it was going to have to be really, really well done to get a shot off, but that is a good early question asked here by Colorado Springs, and here you see Hanya, great decision to hold up play, assess his options, just a tad heavy on the touch for Zandy, and El Paso able to escape trouble.
Yosuke Hanya in his second season on loan from Colorado Rapids. He was electric at MLS Next Pro a few years ago. Native of Tokyo, Japan, played college soccer at UMass.
I'm curious just how things flow in the opening minutes here, because as you talked about, such dramatic U.S. Open Cup action midweek. You've got Colorado Springs that gets a 103rd minute winner to take out One Knoxville. El Paso gets the Andy Cabrera heroics, 90+7, and then extra time, and then penalties where they win 4-1. So coming down from that, yes, you've had a couple of days, but it's tough sometimes to wrap it back up, especially when it's cold. You're getting back into league. In the case of Colorado Springs, it's been forever since they've won anything in the U.S. Open Cup. And early on, good sign for Colorado Springs. They have the first true opportunity of the match in the opening 5 minutes.
Colorado Springs will host New York Red Bulls in the round of 32. A great opportunity there with the ties to the Philadelphia Union from the Colorado Springs coaching staff. There's an overhead kick tipped over the bar by Abraham Romero. Spectacularly done from Armando Moreno, looking for his 4th goal of the season.
I was about to say, well, that looked ambitious, and then all of a sudden Moreno is chopping it into the turf and forcing a save up and over the bar, or a near save. Did not miss by much, and there was a tip on that. It was pushed up and over the crossbar. That's that flash we've seen in the attack from El Paso this season. That's not a mistake or anything miraculous there. That's what these guys do.
McDivitt Lawform. Corner kick here for Colorado Springs. McDivitt is in your corner. And the cross comes in, mishandled and defended well. Abraham Romero, moments after tipping it over the crossbar, couldn't claim that.
That was sloppy there from Romero. That was almost an absolute nightmare, and he's fortunate that Akeem Ward was lurking to help out the goalkeeper. But especially with an attack as potent as El Paso is, and how quick they are, and how absolutely proficient they are at scoring goals, you got to cinch it up back there.
Wade under some pressure. We see the press for the first time tonight from Colorado Springs. The Jamaican goalkeeper clears. So a chance to host a MLS side in New York Red Bulls in the round of 32. And for El Paso and Wilmer Cabrera, they will head to Texas to take on Austin FC. It's El Paso's first ever Open Cup game against an MLS side, and he has deep ties to the state. He coached Houston Dynamo. He coached its second team, Rio Grande Valley. And now we'll try and take down Austin in the round of 32 in the Open Cup.
It's so storybook for both sides. You're right. You've got Wilmer Cabrera making his return to the Lone Star State, where he is a very known entity and quantity. Obviously, he's taken up his role in El Paso, but for El Paso to be able to fully immerse itself now with an MLS side in the state of Texas, that is phenomenal. And for Cabrera to get back to where he formerly managed. And then there's the defending championship winners, and they get an MLS side coming in who were in the MLS final a year ago. How good is that? It doesn't get much better. What an opportunity.
Long direct ball too far for Hanya. White will play it out. Now James Chambers, in his second season with Colorado Springs, joined Switchbacks in 2021. He coached in the Philadelphia Union Academy. He was coaching in that academy while still playing with Bethlehem Steel. Retired as a player 6 years ago. But that Union Academy, great pipeline of talent. Brendan Aronson, Mark McKenzie, Austin Trusty, Matt Real, Matt Freese, and many more. And of course, Philadelphia and New York, great rivalry in all sports. The Union, the Red Bulls over the years. James Chambers kind of developed in that Union system will get a chance to take down New York Red Bulls in the round of 32 of the Open Cup.
And make no mistake, Widener Field has turned into an extremely difficult place to go. It's only capacity 8,000, but as you can see, big crowd again tonight. This is the norm. This is the usual here in Colorado Springs, especially for these defending champs. What a job James Chambers has done as well, and now in his second season. Not only does he come in and they win a USL Championship, but also finally getting that gigantic US Open Cup weight off their backs as well. They pick up a victory, they advance, and this franchise continues to make strides.
Throw in here for El Paso. We're 9 minutes in. Best chance so far. It fell on the side volley attempt from Armando Moreno. Free kick here for Colorado Springs. USL Championship veteran Marco Micheletto earns the free kick.
And you'll see here Micheletto is able to control along the touchline, and a bit clunky there from Armando Moreno. That's going to get called every time coming up from the backside. And again, any flesh-to-flesh contact tonight is going to be exacerbated that much more by temperatures that are going to be around freezing by the time we wrap this thing up tonight.
Injury stoppage brought to you by Common Spirit Health. Goal kick here for El Paso. We look at this Colorado Springs team. How do you defend the champion? You go from being hunters to the hunted. Matt Mahoney, Defender of the Year finalist, is back. Among 11 of the players who featured in the championship final who come back, notable departures. Ronaldo Damas, the leading scorer, moved on to Birmingham. Speedy Williams to Lexington. Jairo Enriquez as well. Some intriguing pieces brought in. Of course, Anthony Fontana, former Philadelphia Union homegrown. Of course, that's an easy connection for James Chambers after his time there. Marco Micheletto, who's starting tonight, came over from New Mexico United.
Yeah, I think that as the season goes on.
First a chance here for Colorado Springs, and the clearance is there.
James Chambers is going to be able to continue to fill out the roster with attacking options. It's abundantly clear that that's what's lacking right now is in the attack. And anytime you have to replace some of the names you just mentioned, especially Damas, who was good for 12 goals a year ago.
Chance top of the box, and there is an opening goal on cue for Colorado Springs.
Herbert Enley able to get into the box, create a ton of room for himself, and there was absolutely nothing that Jamali Waite was going to do about it. It was an ill-timed back heel in his own defensive third for Eric Cavillo, and Colorado Springs jumps all over it. We were just discussing some of the attacking issues with Colorado Springs so far this season. What helps the cause? Sloppiness in the back, and Colorado Springs jumps on El Paso immediately. 1-0, and it's deserved. Colorado Springs ambitious off the bat.
Switchbacks goal is presented by Gold Hill. Gold Hill, the best address. Ken Levicka talks about goal scoring form. Colorado Springs responds in kind. The home side in front. First goal of the season for Mondelez to go with 1 assist. It's only his 3rd appearance.
Right. And so he comes in, he pays immediate dividends, and let's not forget, and we've talked about, Matt, already, what happened on March 8th in that 2-2 draw. Colorado Springs, thanks to a penalty, Marco Micheletto, they scored first in the 2nd minute in El Paso, and Colorado Springs, it takes them just over 10 minutes to jump out to a lead right away here tonight.
El Paso back the other way. There's a good cross and an immediate equalizer. It came so quickly. Robert Coronado, the center back, pushes all the way forward to finish this cross.
Well, here we go. It has turned into the goal fest we suspected it was going to be. Defense optional. And so when you look at Robert Coronado, what a run he makes right up the middle, but this is all pieced together by Armando Moreno. Look at him gather himself. He takes on two defenders. He's able to hesitate, open himself up for a clear cross. The delivery is perfection right at the edge of the 6-yard box, and it's a simple tap in for Robert Coronado. He's not going to chunk that. 1-1, and the scoring train coming through courtesy of El Paso Locomotive. Nothing, no time at all to equalize.
His first of the season and his 5th appearance. How often do you see a center back in that position in the run of play? That wasn't the second phase of a set piece.
Oh, nope, not at all. And El Paso, though, that's what they do. They make this look so easy. Everybody pushes forward, and let's not forget, El Paso plays a 3-man back, and they are dependent upon getting up into the attack, and then defensively they have to retreat. That's the style of play. Do they concede a lot? Sure. But does it make them potent? Absolutely. And that's been the biggest configuration from last season to this year. Wilmer Cabrera's had an entire offseason to reshape the attack, and it is really, really shown brightly.
Coronado, a veteran of this league in his 2nd year with El Paso, scored twice last year. Played for Wilmer Cabrera with Rio Grande Valley, scoring 5 times between 2022 and 23. OKC Energy before that. He had a prior stint under Cabrera with RGV, 2019 and 20, after a college career at Cal State Fullerton.
Colorado Springs has taken to the pitch 6 times this season in USL Championship play, all 6 times. And keep in mind, we're only 15 minutes through this one. Both teams have scored. For El Paso, 6 of their 7 matches, both teams have scored. You're going to get fireworks anytime these two teams take the pitch, especially when it's against one another.
Sunbelt Rentals, local hustle, national muscle. Great start to this one. Colorado Springs looking to retake the lead. Here's a long run on delay. Is slowed down. There's a hard challenge and a shrill whistle.
Yeah.
And a booking will be shown here. Yellow card caution is sponsored by Diversis Health. Mental health and well-being for all. Remember to take a moment to breathe.
This is Zach Zandy who has shown the card. And this is not anything that is purposeful in its aggression. He's trying to come in, make a tackle on Akwe, but because his momentum was carrying him so quickly and so physically, he made contact he didn't mean to, but the referee, Servando Berna, has no choice but to show the card there. That was an extremely, extremely dangerous tackle that came very early on in the attempted tackle.
Injury stoppage brought to you by Common Spirit Health. Sunbelt Rentals, local hustle, national muscle. There's another hard challenge. Tempers flaring here. That was Ricky Ruiz tracking back to commit the foul.
Now, I would argue that this was a clunkier tackle than the one that earned Zandy the yellow. If Zandy picked up a yellow, then this one absolutely should be a card given to Ricky Ruiz. That was a more dangerous tackle, and it also came from behind.
I agree with you, Ken. And here's a restart coming from Marco Micheletto, one of those off-season acquisitions. Free kick scoring opportunity brought to you by Underline, delivering gigabit fiber internet. Underline.com/COS. Bent to the back post. There's a header. It's in the back of the net, but it's called back. A moment of celebration. Now disappointment for Colorado Springs. Garvin Matusla thought he had scored, and now he is celebrating And it looks like an offside flag will come up as Matusla's favoring that left eye of his.
And I'm not sure he got poked in the eye. I think that's where the ball made contact with his head, which found the back of the net. But again, the flag is up. He's called offside. The referee coming to check on him. That was a beautiful ball from Micheletto to the back post. It could not have been served any better. Look at how beautiful this ball is. You see Matusala, top left part of your screen. His front leg is offside, and as I suspected, the ball made contact with his eye socket. That's what he was nursing as he was on the ground, just to add insult to literal injury.
Micheletto's delivery was pinpoint, and there's a nice self-pass here. Andale is on again, forcing a good save from Waits. Andale, the loanee from FC Dallas, has been a bright spot tonight. A goal and that chance.
Andale with an absolute all-world splitting of two defenders. That was phenomenal. He's already got a goal. He's looking for his second. And to claim that both these sides are bright in the attack this evening is a vast understatement. There's a lot of flash being put on it right now.
Akeem Ward drew that foul. Micheletto with the long stretch. Look at the width used here by Colorado Springs, but the pass didn't have enough on it. Micheletto runs it down. Colorado Springs has been taking the initiative here. There's another cross in, headed clear. Akwe heads clear against his former team.
If you look at El Paso defensively, again, they're trying to play out of the back a lot, and there's a lot of speed there, but there's not a lot of sure footwork, and there's not a lot of size as well for El Paso in the back. Teams have been able to hit them over the top, get behind the defense, and we're seeing it here tonight as well at times. Colorado Springs has the size advantage in the attack against this smaller back line of El Paso.
Oh, on delay, 23. I grew up in Blaine, Minnesota, moved to Tanzania. Age 4, lived there for 5 years. Returned to the U.S. Part of the Minnesota United Youth Academy before going to Indiana to play college soccer. Romero off his line to clear.
Colorado Springs is really dominating possession right now. This 1-1 score line, it was a beautiful, quick response goal from El Paso, but there's no doubt Colorado Springs is really dictating everything right now.
Colorado Springs loves using the entire width of the field on the right and the left. That pass is too heavy. It's Akeem Ward. He initially listed as the left back. He's playing right back now for the home team. He's flipped with Duke Lacroix. A throw in coming.
Well, if you're Colorado Springs, you mentioned, rightfully so, that Colorado Springs loves the width in their attack. They want to hit both wings, both flanks. El Paso's similar, but they're much more of a counter type of attack. They can come up the middle, but they want to do everything and do it quickly and catch you off guard. They're totally fine not being in charge of possession. El Paso has no issues with that because they know at some point they can track meet you, and that's where you need to be careful, and that's exactly what happened in the El Paso goal.
Here comes the Colorado Springs press. Forcing the errant pass. Romero well off his line.
This was such a tough position for Wilmer Cabrera to come into last year for El Paso. He got in June. Things were already fractured. There was not an awful lot on the roster to be able to build off of, and he has the offseason, and this is an exciting group that if they can get into the postseason right now, and it's very early, they're in a playoff position. This will be the type of team nobody wants to face simply because they have a massive motor. They get after you. They remind me of Colorado Springs sides from previous years. That instantaneous offense, maybe not the most complete team that was finally realized last year en route to the championship, but there are really good things that El Paso has shown in the early part of the season in the attack.
Restart coming for El Paso, back to Jamali Wade. Jamaican ancestry, grew up in Philadelphia. A 26-year-old goalkeeper with good range. Throw-in coming to Colorado Springs. Andy Cabrera unable to keep that in. Now Akeem Ward will throw it in. Abraham Romero, the goalkeeper for Colorado Springs. He's on loan from Columbus Crew, part of their MLS Next Pro side. Last year, a lot of time with LAFC and its second team. Las Vegas Lights as well, USL Championship. Orange County in 2020, and well known across the league. The high press leads to a foul. Anthony Fontana displeased with that decision.
Yeah, that is a late whistle as Coronado writhes in pain and grabs at his right ankle. You'll see here as Fontana comes up, and there is contact with the back of the heel. And so I think a rightful foul call there.
There's the goal scorer, Coronado, first of the season. He scored twice last year as a center back, and he finished across from the right in the run of play.
Just your typical center back positioning.
Yes. They work on that in training, no doubt. Clever back heel. Here comes Switchbacks FC. Early ball, headed clear. Akeem Ward dancing at the top of the box. El Paso earns a throw in. 2-2 was the draw. A back and forth game in El Paso on March 8th between these teams. The early minutes are an indication we might have another back and forth game.
Yeah, this is looking freakishly similar to that. The early goal for Colorado Springs, then the El Paso answer. And if it stays true to that script back on March 8th, we're going to have something wild happen in added time at the end of this one. It was Andy Cabrera with that 90+2 to earn the point for El Paso back on March 8th.
Now it took Micheletto just 2 minutes to score for his new team. A penalty goal on the road. Armando Moreno equalized right before halftime. Jonas Fjellberg scored midway through the second half before Andy Cabrera's tying goal to rescue a point at home. But that was a dominant El Paso showing. Free kick given here. Persistent infringement might be the decision here. Maybe one last warning here saying you've done this 3 or 4 times, don't do it again.
Yeah, that's certainly what it looks like, and you'll see this pass into the middle. And Zandy, who's already on a yellow, and we haven't even hit the half an hour mark. I appreciate the physicality. I appreciate the aggression from him, but at some point, you've just got to use your head and understand you need to stay on the pitch. And in a match like this, if El Paso goes up a man in the first half, that's going to spell doom for Colorado Springs. Andy's too much of a well-experienced veteran to be making plays like that.
Good touch here. Here comes Springs FC. He's dispossessed. That was Dylan the wide channel. Zach Zandy picked up the yellow card earlier. You can't grab a guy with 2 hands around the torso to stop a counterattack when you're on a yellow. He's a bit lucky. I think it's good refereeing there, Servando Berna.
Yeah, he doesn't want to show the second yellow.
Now a chance. Hanya, beautiful ball for Dylan. Dylan could not run it down. More of a target and finisher, Justin Dillon, than a guy you want to play in front of.
Yeah, and we saw that back-to-back sequences when he gets the ball on the wing and he's put in a position where he has to deviate from looking at goal and distribute. That's not his game. That's not where his strength is. He wants to charge at the 6-yard box. He wants to get a touch on the ball. He wants an opportunity to score, and that's a good job by El Paso. They forced that the last couple of trips down, but sloppy play from Frank DeRoma for El Paso that led to that opportunity for Colorado Springs. El Paso, as the season goes on, they need to get cleaner and cleaner in their own defensive half with the ball. A lot of times, they're their own worst enemy. Unforced errors are just handing opportunities to the opponent, and that's been the case all season long.
Fontana flips it towards the corner. Fontana will press. Yosuke Hanya checks back in defensively. And a long switch here. El Paso has some space on the right side.
Paso so much different the way they move the ball in the attack this season as opposed to last year. When they are on the ball, there's so much more of a sureness to it. There's always a plan, and yes, off the mark on that delivery to the near side, but you see the ideas developing, and you see how this El Paso attack can move the defense, spread it thin from one side to the other. If that was able to connect on Ruiz, he had a good path to the end line and probably gets into the box and tries to create something.
Abraham Romero, ball at his feet. You know he's good at possession if Colorado or Columbus signed him. They only sign goalkeepers that can handle the ball, that can build off a short goal kick. This is into the corner. Mondelez, the goal scorer, runs out of room. A thumbs up for the FC Dallas Loney.
El Paso, final match of a 7-day, 3-match road trip. I'm sure they'll enjoy getting back home to West Texas here after this one. But if you can come out with a road victory here in championship play after the dramatic wildness of going to Albuquerque and picking up that U.S. Open Cup victory, yeah, you had a rough one in Birmingham. The first match for Eric Avila as the interim head coach there with Birmingham Legion, you fall 3-1. But if you can get all 3 points or even a result here tonight, I think that's successful for El Paso.
Headed away by Akwe. And now here's a nice bit of space here for El Paso. If they want to go quickly, instead they'll slow it down. That's DeRoma trying to control the tempo. Alvaro Quezada, all the way back to Jamali Waite. Over 10 caps for Jamaica. Jamali Waite, 2 years with Pittsburgh as the starter, now in his second season as the starting goalkeeper with El Paso Locomotive.
Yeah, Jamali Waite had a good run there in Pittsburgh. Saw him several times over the last couple of seasons there right on the river, and did a really nice job and was certainly a leader in that Pittsburgh Riverhounds training room. And has a chance here to be an integral piece of a team that's on the come up here in the USL Championship with El Paso.
Gabby Torres, patient on this left side. In front of his coach, Romero Cabrera. Nice turn. Free kick one. Fontana, first season with Colorado Springs, former homegrown player with Philadelphia Union. And Torres will take his time. Gabby Torres from Brazil. Sunbelt Rentals, local hustle, national muscle. Play on. El Paso will. Here come the Locomotive. Just off the foot of Cabrera. He had it, couldn't decide right foot or left. It slipped underneath his foot in a great spot near the spot.
Oh, that is going to drive him absolutely crazy. It was laid off expertly. The referee, the right call to swallow the whistle and let play continue up that right flank, and that is a missed opportunity for El Paso. That's how quickly they can hit, though. It does not take a whole lot of space at all for them to get off on the attack and spring themselves into a dangerous spot.
On delay after nice interplay from Colorado Springs. On delay. Just took too long on the ball. And here come El Paso. Armando Moreno, beautiful weight on that one. Good work. Romero got there right before Andy Cabrera. And now a big collision at midfield. Quezada runs into Yosuke Hanya.
Yeah, and I think the physios are going to have to come out here. There was definitely contact to the head. You'll see, yep, there was a forearm that landed on the back of the head of Quezada. The scoring opportunity for El Paso there. Abraham Romero, I was really concerned that he wasn't going to get there. It took a while for him to decide whether or not he was going to retreat and it was going to be a 1v1, or if he was going to come off of his line and play the ball. He made the decision in just enough time to get there and aggressively launch that ball away. But once again, El Paso, there is such creativity. There's always vision in what they're looking to do, and they've been the side asking the questions of Colorado Springs. They've been the side that's looked most dangerous over the last 10, 15 minutes or so.
Quezada back to his feet. Yosuke Honda looks okay as well. Quezada signed with LAFC, loaned to Las Vegas Lights, timed with Memphis last year, 26 appearances. Now in his debut season with El Paso Locomotive. Coronado, the goal scorer. Out wide for Quezada. Long switch there. Well done from Coronado. And a smash delivery off the foot of Yosuke Hanya. It will stay in play for El Paso. Colorado Springs defending deep. Feint of a shot. Now it comes through traffic. It's blocked and now cleared. Can Colorado Springs break? Dylan towards the corner. 4 blue shirts chasing him. And he runs out of room.
We are seeing such pretty individual creativity from these El Paso attackers. And even when Colorado Springs is able to make a defensive play, because there's so much pressure right now and it's coming in waves, these fortuitous bounces are falling right at the feet of El Paso attackers. But this is really well done, whether it's Ricky Ruiz, whether it's Armando Moreno, Andy Cabrera. They are allowed to show their own individual flair within this attack, and it's difficult to defend. There's a lot of talent, a lot of ability that El Paso can put on display.
1-1 the score. Opening goal from Herbert Underlay, the FC Dallas loanee. That came in the 12th minute. Dylan had the assist, and then just a minute later, Robert Coronado, the center back, his first of the season, assisted by Armando Moreno, who picked up his second assist of the season. Yosuke Hanya in the corner, clips it in. And a goal kick.
I hate to keep harping on it, but El Paso, for as ambitious as they are in the attack, and it's beautiful to see the build-up. They are so unsure in the back, trying to play out of the back. I mean, it is just like gift wrapping these opportunities, and Colorado Springs is trying to jump on it. And has El Paso been better on the ball over the last 20 minutes or so? Yeah, no doubt, ever since they equalized, but this is how you give away opportunities, especially on the road when there's not a ton of confidence playing out of the back. They just don't have it.
Free kick is given to El Paso. A lot of talking tos here in this first half. One last warning, it seems, from the referee, Servando Berna.
We're talking about two of the most carded teams in the championship. 16 coming into tonight for El Paso. That was tied for 5th heading into this Saturday. And then 15 for Colorado Springs. That was tied for 7th. And they're rocketing up the, based on what we've seen in this first half, USL Championship yellow numbers. So these two sides they are definitely no strangers to physical play.
Here come the Locomotive. And a goal kick. It was last touched by El Paso. Shouts from Frank DeRoma, who wanted the corner not given.
You know, when we're looking into these matches and you've got one that you anticipate is going to be a goal fest like Colorado Springs and El Paso, when you see that El Paso has 9 corner goals of their 20-goal competitions, and you think to yourself, well, certainly we're going to see a ton of corners. It's what El Paso does. They don't have a single corner through 40 minutes of action here in this opening half. So you have to love the USL Championship. You have to love this sport. Things you anticipate to be a certainty. We don't have one single corner for El Paso so far. We're nearly the entire way through the opening half.
Ruiz shadowing out on delay. Hakeem Ward steps forward. The target is Dylan. Another throw in coming. Hakeem Ward tosses it in. Enters the box. Dylan lays it off. Well defended. On delay was dispossessed. Clever touch, but a little too long that time from Andy Cabrera. Nicoletto across the back. 3 goals this season. Yosuke Hanya. Matt Mahoney, USL Championship Defender of the Year finalist last season. And he captained the side as they lifted the trophy. Just feels a little slow from Colorado Springs. They get to the wide areas and there's 4 or 5 blue shirts to deal with.
El Paso's doing a good job of expanding the defense. The shape is good, and they are pressing. It is not an overly aggressive high press, but they are cutting down a lot of the real estate that any of the individual playmakers for Colorado Springs are able to navigate. It's a pretty strong defensive game plan so far for El Paso. Now, that does open you up to getting an attacker behind you, getting hit back beyond the defense, as we've already seen here tonight. But for the most part, El Paso has been able to traverse it fairly well.
It's Kofi Chumesi. All the way back to Abraham Romero.
This all tracks, though, what we've seen from El Paso. They have very much been a first-half side. They haven't trailed at halftime all season long. They have a +3 goal differential in the opening half. They've led 2 matches. They've been even in 4 different matches. So they are really good in the opening 45. The problem is the second half, where they have the second worst goal differential in the USL Championship.
Jamali Wade taking his time, pressured by Dylan. And there might be many things. It could be fatigue. It could be a lack of game changers off the bench. It could be just a lack of mental discipline, not seeing out leads, and finding the way to finish games.
I think El Paso definitely needs a little bit more depth defensively. And like we were talking about in the attack with James Chambers and how he's going to build it up as the season goes along. Colorado Springs needs some assistance defensively as well. But Wilmer Cabrera, I think one of the priorities as we get ourselves into May is how can you continue to fortify your side defensively, because you have enough in the attack to be extremely dangerous, but can you become a complete side? And there's still plenty of different moves that can be made to try and ensure that.
Another bruising challenge. Many warnings. A yellow card should be shown soon. Here it comes. He's seen enough. Coronado went down.
See, Anthony Fontana was shown the yellow. Yeah, he came up with a high boot. Now, he didn't make contact with the actual high boot, but it was the act of arriving at the ball like he did, and then he made hip-to-hip contact. It's just reckless. And Fontana, not because it was anything gruesome, but because it was really a bizarre approach to the ball, 1-on-2, that earned him the card. The referee has no choice in that spot when you have your boot up around your stomach area.
Caution sponsored by Diversis Health, mental health and well-being for all. Remember to take a moment to breathe. Now, Fontana's 25, Philadelphia Union Academy products. Signed with the first team, 42 appearances across 4 seasons. Offside flag comes up on this left side. Ricky Ruiz was on the ball.
You could see the hesitation in the middle. El Paso is desperately trying to get itself back onside. And by the time the pass needed to be made, the flag had already gone up.
Honda trying to turn the corner. Goal kick is coming.
It was a very strong defensive play on that long ball forward. El Paso equal to the task. This has, for the most part, been a fairly clean opening half here. This is good football between two sides that you just didn't know. You didn't know after really long, grinding, dramatic, emotional U.S. Open Cup matches about 72 hours ago what you were going to see. And this has been quality stuff from both sides. Spectacular goals, some stingy defense, a lot of build-up in the attack. This has been well played.
The one thing both coaches would say, though, not enough end product. Just 2 shots for El Paso, only 1 shot for the home team. There's been a lot of final third entries, both teams with 25 or more, but that last pass, that last bit of magic has been lacking since the goals.
And that has not typically been the case for both sides so far this season. We have a push in the back here against Micheletto.
Colorado Springs has committed 15 fouls in this first half. El Paso just 5. So you've had 20 stoppages for fouls. I think it's really hurt the rhythm of this game.
Yeah, it definitely has. It's definitely, and that's benefit to El Paso. The more they can start, stop, go, they're more suited to that.
short restart. Calvillo on the ball now. Maybe one final push for the visitors. Calvillo clips it in, diving headed clearance. Flip back post, dangerous here, still in play for El Paso. Back for Ricky Ruiz. This is to the back post. Romero watches it go out. And there's the halftime whistle. An opening goal. Herbert on delay in the 12th minute, assisted by Justin Dillon. And then Robert Coronado, the center back, pushed forward to finish off across from Moreno. Ken Levica, your thoughts on the first 45 minutes?
Was it physical? Absolutely, but it was extremely competitive. A lot of spirit between these two sides who both put their attacking acumen on display in the first 45 minutes. But El Paso has been a brutal second half side here in 2025. They're going to need more defensively if they want to get a result on the road against a desperate Colorado Springs team.
Halftime in Widener Field in Colorado Springs. The scarves are back on. The headgear is applied, and we have a 1-1 tie here at halftime. Colorado Springs 1, El Paso 1 at halftime.
Injured in a crash? Get McDivitt and you get a firm dedicated to every single detail of your case.
We have the knowledge and resources to investigate the crash and your insurance company's small print.
Details matter. That's why we dive deep into every aspect of your case. This gives us the firepower we need to make the insurance company pay you the money you deserve.
We never ask you to pay a penny until we get you max money for your injuries.
Online at McDivittLaw.com.
McDivitt.
The moment you call McDivitt, an action plan is put into place right away to get you the help you need.
Each case and each client is different, with different needs and solutions. Your attorney and team immediately investigates every aspect of your crash and injuries.
We track down all the paperwork and deal directly with the insurance company for you.
We keep you in the loop every step of the way, fighting to get you max money for your injuries.
And you never pay us a dime until we get money for you.
McDivitt.
When I came back from the war, I was barely hanging on by a thread. I'm here today because of Tanya's relentless efforts in trying to get me healed. And says, Michael, I know you've got a plan to take your life today, but if you give me just 5 more minutes to love you.
5 more minutes, 5 more minutes, honey, 5 more minutes to love.
Michael has actually taught me what it looks like to accept help.
Welcome back, halftime. Colorado Springs, Switchbacks FC and El Paso Locomotive FC tied at 1 at halftime. Matt Peterson with Ken Levica. Second meeting of the season. The first ended 2-2 in El Paso on opening day. This one is tied at halftime. Well, you never forget your first championship as a club. Colorado Springs continues to celebrate it. Let's look back at Switchbacks FC and its championship season in 2024.
At 6,035 feet above sea level, Widener Field is the highest professional pitch in all of the United States. We breathe harder. We breathe deeper. We breathe stronger. Our presence is elevated. Because we make Widener Field a nightmare for teams to play. This is a fortress. We engage with our community and our fans. We inspire the next generation of athletes. We approach every situation with humility. We are resilient in the face of adversity. Because we are the Switchbacks FC.
Halftime in Colorado Springs. 1-1 our score. More coming up at halftime.
Whoa, what a hit for San Antonio! It's in to Colorado Springs!
Wait, come back! Wait, come back, I need more help.
Take a load off Annie. Take a load for free.
Today we went to the beach, and it was totally worth it. Stay 2 nights, get a $50 Best Western gift card.
Whoa, termites can eat a pound of wood a day. 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 What's wrong, Daddy? Daddy? You okay?
Keep termites out of your home and your head with our premium guarantee that covers up to $250,000 in new termite damage. Before panic shows up, Terminix it.
Success doesn't come easy. It takes grit, hustle, and relentless effort. Every step forward brings you closer to greatness. This is your moment. Elevate your game. El Jimador Spiked Bebidas.
A cold night in Colorado Springs. Get those beanies on, get the winter gear back out, and go support your local team as these fans are doing. Matt Peterson with Ken Levica. News and notes from around the USL Championship. Across the championship, Detroit City held Rhode Island at home. A much-needed victory for Oakland. After a bad run of results, they take care of Orange County 2-0 at home. Loudoun United stays atop the Eastern Conference table. They took down Pittsburgh 2-1. Hartford Athletic 1-0 over Birmingham.
Yeah, Hartford needed that victory as well. And look at Charleston Battery, that high-scoring side, doing what they do. And they are cruising to a 3-0 defeat of Indy 11.
Phoenix entered the day bottom of the Western Conference table. They beat Sacramento Republic 2-1. So the table getting more even as we speak on a Saturday night. Lexington SC in second half stoppage time against Monterey Bay, the Western Conference leaders.
Yeah, that would be a sensational result for Lexington to get a clean sheet against Monterey Bay, get a result. Look at Miami FC. They're about to close out a victory over NCFC 2-1 late there. Tampa Bay Rowdies, Louisville City. Every single time those two get together, it is a premier matchup in the USL Championship. 1-0 to the Rowdies. And then the nightcap from Vegas. Las Vegas Lights taking on Tulsa, 10:30 Eastern time.
Here it's 1-1. Colorado Springs and El Paso meeting for the second time this season. More coming up here at halftime.
Injured in a crash? Get McDivitt and you get a firm dedicated to every single detail of your case.
We have the knowledge and resources to investigate the crash and your insurance company's small print.
Details matter. That's why we dive deep into every aspect of your case. This gives us the firepower we need to make the insurance company pay you the money you deserve.
We never ask you to pay a penny until we get you max money for your injuries.
Online at mcdivittlaw.com.
McDivitt.
The moment you call McDivitt, an action plan is put into place right away to get you the help you need.
Each case and each client is different, with different needs and solutions. Your attorney and team immediately investigates every aspect of your crash and injuries.
We track down all the paperwork and deal directly with the insurance company for you.
We keep you in the loop every step of the way, fighting to get you max money for your injuries.
And you never pay us a dime until we get money for you.
McDivitt.
The bravest person I know is my daughter, Cynthia.
My friend Sean, and he was in the Air Force.
One of the bravest things he ever did wasn't when he first enlisted, it was when he found his first support group.
It was when he asked to move in with me and my mom.
I felt like I was lost, and you gave me a place to stay.
She went on foreign soil. She went to war. But the bravest thing she did is when she asked for help.
The PTSD, depression, anxiety. I needed somebody to sit on my side of the table. Bree made that happen for me. KOAA, Channel 5, they care about the military. They care about the veterans. I've never seen this kind of care in my 80 years. Thank goodness for Bree helping me out. God put an angel in my life, and it just touched me so much.
Welcome back. Widener Field in Colorado Springs. Mascot time. Now selfie on a frigid night in Colorado Springs. Temperature in the mid-30s and dropping. These fans don't care. Got to keep moving. Got to keep shaking.
And it's probably Ziggy, whoever's inside Ziggy, probably warmer than anybody in the stands right now.
Tonight's honorary healthcare professional of the match, Scarlett Lang, a RN and PACU at St. Francis Hospital. Thank you, Scarlett, for all you've done to help our community. The healthcare professionals of the match is sponsored by Olson Plumbing and Heating. Good to see that. We appreciate our healthcare professionals as we look at the first half highlights. Ken Levicka, second meeting of the season. This one was testy early.
Yeah, let's go ahead and dig in here. It did not take long for Colorado Springs to ask some questions. A beautiful ball from Hanya, a heavy touch from Zandy in the opening couple of minutes. And then in minute number 5, El Paso joining the action. Look at this delivery and an attempted bicycle kick. More of a sidewinder, but man, Moreno got up high and forced a save, chopping it into the turf, but just a snap of a finger later. Problems for El Paso trying to play it out of the back, and Endele. Look at him, hard drive into the box. One-touch delivery from Dylan right back to Endele, and he plants it into the back of the net. It is 1-0, 12th minute for Colorado Springs. El Paso getting sloppy in their own defensive end.
But then just 1 minute later, we get a unlikely equalizer from a center back. Watch this build up from Locomotive.
And it's Robert Coronado. You're seeing him in the middle right now. Look at the hold up in play, the turn, the feed. Robert Coronado, Moreno the assist, and Coronado with the goal. Coronado, right now, if this match ended, is the man of the match. He not only has the goal, but as the center back, he has 7 deliveries into the attacking third tonight.
Here are some numbers. This game did not have many shots. What else do you make of these first half numbers?
Well, the possession is interesting because Colorado Springs spent the first 15 minutes of this match fully in control of possession, but then El Paso owned it from that point, 55-45, and it probably would have been even more significant if Colorado Springs didn't have some opportunities late in the half. The lack of shots in this match is surprising. These two teams really score, but they also unleash a heavy amount of shots, and the defenses have been able to hold strong and stubborn here this evening.
One change at halftime for James Chambers. He takes off his leading goal scorer, Justin Dillon, and replaces him with the French forward, age 24, Kenzie Huerme. So he comes in. I think it was a quiet first half for Dillon. Never seemed to be on the same page with his midfields. And that substitution brought to you by UCCS, where business career starts. And there is a second yellow and a sending off. 4 first-half yellows for Colorado Springs, and just seconds into the second half, Zach Zandy picks up a second yellow, and Colorado Springs will be down a man for the final 45 minutes.
What an absolute disaster. We'll see what happened here. Zandy makes the turn, and he kicks the back heel of a player coming from behind him. That is wildly harsh. I'm sorry. There is no way that Zandy knew that Andy Cabrera of El Paso was coming from behind him. Zandy has every right to take a swing at that ball. Cabrera just happened to come in late from the back of Zandy. There was contact with the heel. That is unbelievably harsh from Servando Berna. And Zandy has been reckless with the yellow that he got early in the opening half. He got warned later in the first half, but that is not a right sending off.
A red card sponsored by Diversus Health, mental health and well-being for all. Remember to take a moment to breathe.
I mean, I just don't know what you want Zandy to do there. What sort of sense emanating from the back of his body is he supposed to use to predict that Cabrera is going to come flying out of nowhere? You're not going to hold up that swipe at the ball halfway through the motion.
Well, we have a talking point now. 11 versus 10 for the visitors, El Paso Locomotive. Ureme, 23 years of age, played at North Carolina 2 years ago after time at Seton Hall. He's in his second season with Colorado Springs. He scored once last season. And the offside flag comes up.
So before Zandy was shown his second yellow and sent off, we were talking about Huerman entering into the match, and we're going to take another look at this second yellow shown to Zandy. Again, I don't know what Zandy's supposed to do in that spot. Cabrera jumps right in front of him. Zandy's already committed to making a play on the ball. You hold up the motion of your leg and your adductor blows to pieces. Like, I don't understand what Zandy's supposed to do. And again, I'm not saying that Zandy wasn't unnecessarily aggressive with that early yellow that he picked up. He had that grab of the shirt in the center circle later in the half that you and I both said Zandy's probably pretty fortunate he didn't get shown a second yellow. That was not the second yellow. I'm sorry.
It's a tough one because he's concentrating on his clearance. There's no intent to foul. He's trying to clear the ball. And it was a good break from El Paso up a man. Yosuke Hanya with a back pass to Abraham Romero. Yosuke Hanya looks like he's deputizing in a left back role after that red card. We have not seen a change yet from James Chambers. We did see the halftime change just seconds before the red. It was literally 15 seconds or so into the half, and we need to tell you the substitution at halftime. Huerme is brought to you by UCCS, where business careers start.
So Huerme comes on for Dylan, who really made no impact on the match whatsoever. And you were talking about it, and then Zandy picked up the red.
This shot comes in. Romero handles. They don't mind shots from distance, El Paso Locomotive.
No, they absolutely don't. And here's what we're seeing now, when Romero's going to go down to the turf. But El Paso is starting to put pedal to the metal now. They're up a man, and you are seeing them really start to surge forward. They are not afraid that Colorado Springs is going to get behind the defense. El Paso has the speed advantage. I'm not sure what happened to Romero here. He went down after he made the save, and he's going to need a physio to come out and look at him. So more intrigue because you've already subbed off Dylan. You are down a man, and now Romero's having his left hand looked at. Here's the shot from Ruiz. And I suppose that's where the injury came from. A little late delay because of the cold conditions, I'm sure. It took him a little bit to feel that.
It also could be just classic veteran goalie giving his team a breather after a red card, letting coach make a tactical change, huddle his team up. You never want to accuse a goalkeeper of a fake injury, but this is one of those moments you see a little grin under the mask. If there's a time to maybe exaggerate something, it might be now for Abraham Romero and his team down a man.
Especially with your defense looking ragged and trying to adjust to being down a man, especially a veteran leader like Zach Zandy out of the midfield who comes back and does so much for you, not only in the attack, but also getting back defensively and filling holes. And it looks like Romero has, at least to the extent needed, recovered from the hand injury. But El Paso smelling blood right now. And we've seen it ever since the sending off 15 seconds into this second half. They need to go. They need to make a statement. They want to get that goal. They want to take the lead. They know that all the momentum, no matter how much you believe that's a thing or not, they've got it in spades right now.
And for James Chambers, he had 4 players right in the middle of the field enter the second half on a yellow card. Hanya, Micheletto, Zandy, and Fontana. Sometimes a coach will sub 1 or 2. He wanted to ride with those guys, and Zandy made the mistake just seconds into the second half. Albeit unfortunate, I agree with you. It was not a deserved second yellow. It was a clearance, wrong place, wrong time. But still, you play with fire. You have 4 guys on a yellow to start the half. Things like that can't happen. The flag is down. El Paso plays on, clipped in and headed away. And that's a nice strike into the hands of Abraham Romero. It came off the foot of Eric Calvillo.
I'm telling you, El Paso is locked in right now. And you said a couple of moments ago, Matt, that, hey, El Paso's not afraid to take a shot from anywhere. And you're right, because they do have creativity, because they have confidence.
Foul is called. A free kick is given. The crowd getting a bit restless.
This is what makes El Paso so dangerous, because there's so much individual creativity, not only possessed by the players in the El Paso attack, but allowed to be exhibited by Wilmer Cabrera. And every team he's managed, he has allowed that amount of individual performance to shine, sometimes to the detriment of some of the clubs that he's been the manager of. But it is clear that his fingerprints are all over this El Paso side now, because he lets them perform, and they are going for goal. Colorado Springs has at no point in this second half, now down a man, been able to establish itself on strong footing. Frustrations are starting to mount here for Colorado Springs, and on delay, I'd be upset too if he didn't get the benefit of the whistle there. He was certainly hooked from behind. But the thing to look out for El Paso, yes, they are up a man, and yes, they look extremely spry and bright in the attack here, looking for a go-ahead goal. But this is still a side that is outscored 8-2 in the final 30 minutes of matches collectively in USL Championship play.
Here's a good push down a man. Long range hit is off the mark.
And this is still a side that's -4 goal differential in the second half. That's second worst in the USL Championship. And they only have 1 second half goal in their 3 away matches this season. So El Paso, they're in the best position to break through this second half curse, but you sort of got to see it to believe it.
That was Duke Lacroix, his first push forward, his 3rd year with Colorado Springs. He's played for Haiti's national team. 2 years with Sacramento before that, time with Reno and Charlotte and Orange County as well. Just too far behind. Armando Moreno, throw into Colorado Springs, and they're going to take every second they can with every goal kick, every restart, every throw in, just to get out of here with a 1-1 draw.
Well, here's the problem too, Matt, is James Chambers still has 3 players on a yellow out on the pitch right now. One of them has been ousted already, Zandy, who's been shown red, but you still have Hanya, you still have Micheletto, you still have Fontana out there on yellow. And the last thing you want to do is risk going down to 9 men. And we are at the 56-minute mark of this match.
James Chambers, it's not often a red card happens and you don't make a change, but the good news is it came in a spot on the field. You basically have 5 midfielders.
Yes.
So you're down to 4. You're going to play a 4-4-1, it looks like. And as needed, Kwesi Huerme can help out in midfield, so it's not like a center back or an outside back getting sent off. It's one of your surplus in the middle of the park.
If one of your players was going to be sent off, it happening at that position within the tacticals for Colorado Springs, that is definitely a silver lining.
Corner kick brought to you by Pepsi. Pepsi, that's what I like. Corner kick, El Paso Locomotive. Top of the box is the target. Settling touches off the shin. Unfortunate there, but it's a second phase here for Frank DeRoma. Back to his right. His shot is saved by Romero. There's a big punt, and it's headed back. Good play. And look at the wind push that one nearly over the end line. Jamali Waite had to sprint back to avoid a corner kick.
Yeah, Jamali Waite was not anticipating having to break full speed back towards his end line. It was Matt Mahoney who got a foot on that El Paso attempt on the other end of the pitch and made that a very easy job for Abraham Romero to collect. Good desperate defending by Colorado Springs.
It was a simple punt from Abraham Romero that led to that chance, and Waite forced to backpedal. On delay, the goal scorer on loan from FC Dallas. Here's Romero. Micheletto tried the diagonal ball, does not work out. The other challenge for Colorado Springs, they like playing expansive soccer. They like using the entire width of the fields. Hard to do that with 10 because when you lose the ball, you have a lot of space to make up.
Well, Colorado Springs is content just sending everybody back, protecting their area, just staying disciplined in the shape defensively. I don't know speed-wise how much Colorado Springs is going to be able to get to the advantage on a counter. But at the very least, down 10 men early in the second half, you're looking to try and maintain a result here.
Quezada back for the goal scorer, Coronado. Long range hit, and that is wide. So close for Gabby Torres.
Take a look at this, and there was a lot of room to operate on that left flank. Torres decided to give it a go, but was well off the mark. But you see the frustration for Abraham Romero, and I think he's asking Garvin Methuselah, why aren't we coming up on the ball? Why isn't there more pressure put on Torres? We've watched El Paso let it rip from odd angles throughout the opening 13 minutes and change of this second half. You got to put pressure, and now we have James Chambers making another change here to try and compensate being down a man.
Substitution brought to you by UCCS, where business careers start. Anthony Fontana, one of the 3 remaining players on a yellow card. He is substituted. Stevie Echeverria comes on. Celebrated his 29th birthday just over a week ago. Fontana frustrating nights. He has those Union principles in him from that Philadelphia Union Academy and the homegrown player. Whenever the ball was lost, he tries to win it back quickly. Towards the corner. Quezada lost it. Calvillo all the way back. Sunbelt Rentals, local hustle, national muscle. Roma trying to push forward, dispossessed. So far, so good for Colorado Springs playing down a man. They've survived the storm for 15 minutes. Yosuke Hanya just went down. The crowd very unhappy. That looked like a foul.
It sure did. And it happened right in front of the referee as well. I understand the frustration from this crowd, but there is suddenly some teeth to this Colorado Springs defense. They are hunkered down. They are prepared now, or at least it seems like they have been told to prepare to just batten down the hatches and take the onslaught and try and pull out some sort of result from this match, which is perfectly fine.
A change coming. Eric Calvillo just had that chance. He will come off. Substitution brought to you by UCCS, where business career starts. And Beto Avila will replace him. A former Houston Dynamo man. Grew up in Austin. Had great success with Dynamo 2 and MLS Next Pro, and now in West Texas with El Paso Locomotive.
This is where I would suspect Wilmer Cabrera starts to get really front-footed with attacking-oriented substitutions. He knows Colorado Springs isn't going to be able to muster much in the attack, and now Avila comes on, and you can really start to format how you want to shape up this attack, because you have wholesale substitutions still remaining on the board and a very capable attacking bench.
Free kick is given.
Now that one I don't understand why the crowd would be upset that a foul was called. Clearly ripped down from behind.
And now another free kick, 2 fouls in quick succession. We talked about it. It was a 15-5 foul disparity at the end of the first half. That goes against Duke Lacroix. Here's Lacroix into this challenge. Just a little nudge in the back.
Yeah. It's a rightful foul call, but the reactions to a man for Colorado Springs, James Chambers is going to need to tell his team, you've got to even out, because one, you don't want to pick up an unnecessarily yellow when you're wrought with them, especially one of the players still on the pitch with a yellow. But also, the more and more you get fixated on the referee, the more likely it becomes that you get dinged for a second. You still are in a position to pick up a point, come up with some sort of ability to put a dent in the table, focus on the situation at hand.
A yellow card was shown to the Colorado Springs bench. There's a yellow card for a handball. Hard to argue that, but he will.
It came up off of his arm. That was Moreno for El Paso. Took a bounce off this artificial surface.
Colorado Springs down a man. Seconds into the second half, a second yellow for Zach Zandia. They've been pretty good without him, playing 10 versus 11.
And for Colorado Springs, it feels like forever ago when we saw Andale score and it go up immediately, 12th minute, 1-0. A whole lot has happened since then.
They want to go quickly. James Chambers urging his team to play quickly.
But this is good from Colorado Springs. Now, this is sort of calm it down, try and get some spell of possession. Even if this doesn't turn into anything, you're at least forcing El Paso to retreat and take their minds off of surging toward Abraham Romero in goal.
Duke Lacroix will throw it in. Long forward touch. The flag is down for now. Moreno's in. Good challenge. A little shoulder barge from Akeem Ward.
That is professional football right there from Akeem Ward. He could not have played that any better. And Moreno, who can really light it up with his feet, he got behind the defense, and Ward backtracked a ton and was able to make up a lot of ground. That was excellently played.
Lacroix into the box. Lacroix goes for goal. Easy claim for Jamali Waits.
You know what, though? Make Wait. If you can put shots on goal, make him do some work. Make him think about it. You're down to 10 men, perfectly fine with ambitious attempts like that from Lacroix. That is perfectly okay.
Our scoring summary, 12th minute goal from the FC Dallas Loney. Herbert on delay, his second goal of the season. Then just a minute later, the center back with his first of the campaign, Robert Coronado. Opportunistic. Watching the play develop in front of him, he sprinted forward from midfield for a cool finish about 10 yards from goal. Bending ball here. Shoulder challenge against Moreno. Now it's headed backward. And it's easily claimed by Abraham Romero. That was Mahoney, Defender of the Year finalist last year for Colorado Springs.
Now Mahoney got physical. It was a good, strong defensive play, but he's got to be careful, and that is a foul, and the crowd's going to be unhappy, and Andale is going to be unhappy, but that was clearly a foul. Andale trying to plead his case, and Servando Berna is good on that. I did cringe a bit on the other end as Mahoney made contact with Moreno coming into the right side of the box for El Paso, and now we're going to see Diaz come on for El Paso as Wilmer Cabrera continues to put on fresh legs in the attack to try and grab the lead here up a man.
Memo Diaz enters. Alvaro Quezada departs. Memo Diaz played at UNLV. First year with El Paso after 4 seasons with Oakland. It's his second stint with the Locomotive. He was in El Paso for 2019 and 20. Both goals inside the first quarter hour. Despite the man advantage, only 8 shots in this game for El Paso. Here comes a cross. Mahoney heads away. Colorado Springs looks good here. On delay, a self pass. Good cover in the back line there. Haven't shouted his name yet, but Kofi Chumesi did well in that moment, helping his center back out as he went to the ground.
Yeah, that's exactly right, and that allowed Diaz to get back and play that ball onto the keeper.
A Ghanaian defender did his job. Good build-up, but a weak shot in the end from Robert Coronado. That's the center back pushing forward again. We're not going to call him center back much longer. He pops up in these positions.
Coronado would have liked to get more on that shot. It was really well laid off by Ricky Ruiz. There's not much more that Ruiz could have done. Coronado had it laid off to him on a silver platter, and he just shanked it a bit and right at the keeper. But this thing has gone full back and forth now. You've got Colorado Springs trying to hit on the counter. You've got El Paso, just waves of pressure forward. You saw how much room there was there for Coronado to get that shot off in the middle channel at the top of the box. I'd be curious to see if El Paso can't try to attack Colorado Springs up the middle.
A little nudge and a free kick is called. Mahoney had the position. He was fouled by Beto Avila, who just came on. Good sportsmanship from Beto, talking with Matt Mahoney about that challenge.
Paso is getting close, though. They are getting close. Colorado Springs is going to have to cinch it up here. I think that El Paso, like I was saying, and I think that was case in point, they need to try to hit Colorado Springs in the middle. Colorado Springs has done well covering the edges and neutralizing that. El Paso might want to try and work up that middle channel now.
Colorado Springs up this right side, throw incoming. Akeem Moore doing well.
There's still so much more season left to play, but this feels a little bit pivotal right now for Colorado Springs. Yes, it's early, but you're the defending champs. If you can hang on, get a result here, boy, can that raise confidence.
Cross comes in into a crowd, 2 versus 2. Nobody can get ahead to it. And a goal kick coming for El Paso.
How about 3 points for Colorado Springs? That was really, really close. That was a beautiful ball to the penalty spot. Andale was there. He is the one who had the best opportunity to get ahead on it because he was actually facing the delivery. He also had Hanya in the vicinity who's about to come off, it appears. But boy, that was a really good-looking ball for Colorado Springs in a very dangerous sequence.
Yosuke Hanya's night is over. Replaced by Juan Tejada. And Aiden Rocha will come on here for Marco Micheletto. Substitutions brought to you by UCCS, where business careers start. Double change here by James Chambers.
Those outside channels are so well defended by Colorado Springs.
Juan Tejada scored in the first matchup. Back on opening day from Panama City. He's in his 3rd year. He's one of the veterans on this side for Colorado Springs. Indy 11, Tampa Bay Rowdies. Now in his 6th USL Championship season. Colorado Springs down a man, defending deep. Zach Zandy sent off his 2nd yellow just seconds into the 2nd half. That's a nice ball, good footwork. Did he cross the end line? What a block. Seemed to go over the end line. They played on, and it was a wonderful block there at the edge of the area. It looked like Andale.
I thought that was clearly across the end line. Trying to get another look at it, and it was definitely across the end line. That play should not have continued. Good job by Colorado Springs to extinguish that.
Aiden Rocha, the other sub, 24 years of age. Played youth soccer for Bethesda Soccer Club, stayed home and went to Georgetown. 1 year at Loudoun United, now in his 2nd season with Colorado Springs Switchbacks. Tejada dropping off, 3 versus 6 here for Colorado Springs. The return ball is not the best. It's a bit too heavy from Huerme.
Well, Huerme, like Dylan before him, same spot at the top of the formation. Neither of their games are to try and distribute and create on the counter, getting numbers forward.
Now a chance. Beto Avila crossing, good work from Matt Mahoney, sliding over to clear.
Yeah, Mahoney, veteran presence, leader, captain's armband for a reason. That was a phenomenal read defensively to get right in the path of that pass.
Tumi Moshabane will come in. Plays Gabby Torres. Moshabani, another veteran of this league. South African. And now in his second season. Looking for his first goal of the campaign, and it's spilled initially and now cleared. Romero couldn't hold it. He was dealing with the hand injury earlier. He just took a shot again inside his area.
And I think the referee made a motion as if there was contact with the head. Romero almost made an absolute mess of that. I think there was traffic in front, and that impeded his vision. He coughs that up and then makes a remarkable save point blank on Moreno. And did he get hit in the leg?
Oh, he got hit in the head. The knee came through there. It was the knee of Armando Moreno that catches the forehead of Abraham Romero. Watch the knee right here, the right knee into his head.
Yeah, it's right in the temple area. The referee saw it from his vantage point right away. Pointed to his head, brought the physios out. There you see that shot. That was messy from Romero. And then Romero shuts down Moreno, all while taking that knee to his head. The referee checking on Romero, who has taken an absolute beating in this second half. His hand, his head, but he's up. He survived. He's staying in the match. He's going to stretch his neck out a little bit.
Injury stoppage brought to you by Common Spirit Health.
You come inches away from handing El Paso the lead, only to stay with it, and that's a credit to Abraham Romero. A lot of keepers mishandle balls like that, and then they just throw themselves to the turf and flail, and next thing you know, the ball's behind him in the net. Romero had the wherewithal, the frame of mind to stay with the play.
Free kick given to El Paso. Aiden Rocha call for the foul. Mahoney wins the aerial battle. Good layoff. Moshabane's shot is blocked. Good triangle passing on the edge of the box from El Paso Locomotive, still searching for the go-ahead goal in the 78th minutes.
That was Mahoney again, getting in the way of a shot and getting a body part on it to protect his keeper.
Colorado Springs has used 4 of 5 available substitutions. El Paso has used 3, so the home side with 1 more change available. El Paso has an opportunity for 2. That cross comes in and it's headed away.
El Paso has had 75% of the possession up a man for really the entire second half. And El Paso doesn't have a single big chance to show for it. They have 6 shots, 5 on target, but they have not been able to really threaten Abraham Romero other than the heavy rebound that he gave up just moments ago. He recovered on and was able to stone Armando Moreno.
Andy Cabrera dribbles out of play. It's been a quiet night from Cabrera after his 2-goal heroics on Wednesday against New Mexico. Lacroix stepped forward. And Ricky Ruiz on the ball now. 6th appearance for him, still seeking his first goal. Coronado now operating on the right side of the field. This man is everywhere. Here's Coronado, first half goal that tied the game in the 13th minutes.
And featuring prominently in the attack all night long.
Nice turn, excellent turn. A clip of the heels. Referee says he got the ball cleanly. It was Armando Moreno who was in. He's gone down softly once or twice before tonight. That push in the back from Lacroix was him going down. Can fool a ref once, harder to do it the second time.
The referee made the right decision to allow play to continue. And here's the situation at hand for Colorado Springs. El Paso came in, tied for the leading goal scoring, and you've spent your entire half down a man, and you're fighting off El Paso into the 81st minute. This is a positive for Colorado Springs.
Moshabane. DeRoma wide here with Memo Diaz. Frank DeRoma will take the space. Corner kick coming. And that's a part of Frank DeRoma's game that he could add. The defense did not seem concerned with him shooting at all. Ideally, the center back step out to DeRoma and then he can clip one over the top, but they were daring him to shoot and he did not. Corner kick presented by T. Rowe Price. Invest with confidence. This one's toward the near post, headed clear. Tejada strong, headed clearance. Impressive from Colorado Springs, as undisciplined as they were, if that's a fair word, in the first half, racking up those 4 yellow cards. They have been very organized, very resolute, very team-oriented, playing down a man. Will it be enough, though? That shot is palmed away by Abraham Romero. Unconventional save, diving to his right and batting it away.
Well, once again, he had his vision blocked by defenders, and that shot came at him extremely quickly. There was a lot of velocity on that. He had a bit of a late reaction because he's trying to see through traffic, and he sort of chopped at it and was able to spike it into the turf. Acrobatic, and Romero has done a phenomenal job. 1, keeping the goal safe, and 2, organizing this defense. We're seeing back against the wall at its finest here for Colorado Springs defensively.
The chance fell there to Armando Moreno, turned away by Abraham Romero. Here come Locomotive, clipped to the back post. Memo Diaz couldn't settle it, but now he's back on the ball. Memo Diaz bending it. Romero palms it over the bar. Good goalkeeping. He had to backpedal. He's helped up by his teammates after tipping this over the bar.
Romero is doing everything he can to be the hero tonight for his side. Look at this save on Romero. Left foot and it's knuckling, and he has to dive to his right to swat at it. Comes up with the save, and then Diaz goes for the back post, and Romero tips it over the crossbar. What can't he do? Romero going full crash test dummy in goal here tonight for his side, and Colorado Springs hanging in there.
Pepsi corner kick. The first save was a bit of a whack-a-mole save. Trying to get the mole back in its home. Pepsi, that's what I like. This Pepsi corner kick. That's in the mix. It's alive and cleared. Akeem Ward first to react. A acrobatic clearance to concede another corner kick.
Moreno was a little bit too unmarked for James Chambers' comfort level, I think. And yes, Ward eventually got the job done, but that cannot hit turf just outside the 6-yard box like it did. And Colorado Springs is fortunate Moreno mistimed his jump.
5th corner kick of the night. It's presented by T. Rowe Price. Invest with confidence. Towards the front of the goal. Tejada clears towards the corner. El Paso keeps it in play. Ricky Ruiz sends it in. Mahoney was fouled. Free kick to Colorado Springs as we're now in the 86th minute.
Well done by Tejada not to concede the corner there. Kept his composure, kept cool, able to keep the ball in play, and eventually leading Colorado Springs with the free kick in their own box after the foul. I believe we might have our final Colorado Springs substitution on the way.
Herbert Andale, the goal scorer, back in the 12th minute. The loanee from FC Dallas with a big moment. And Koa Santos comes on. Substitution brought to you by UCCS, where business career starts. Koa Santos from Hawaii, played at San Diego State. In his second year with Colorado Springs after time with Loudoun United, Charlotte FC, and on loan with Charlotte Independence. Flag comes up. Armando Moreno in an offside position.
And that was Mahoney who played him offside. He's so savvy. His veteran leader out of the back for Colorado Springs. Well, this could have been an absolute disaster, and yes, there's still more to see through for Colorado Springs, but it seemed like this was fracturing, especially after Zandy was shown his second yellow, literal seconds into this second half. And credit to Colorado Springs. They have had an awful lot of fight against this super potent El Paso attack that has been relentless trying to get at Abraham Romero's goal.
I think disappointing for El Paso. They've been up a man the entire half. They only have 17 total touches in the opposition box over the 90 minutes. Of 58 final third entries, you would think that many entries would give you more touches in the box, but they just haven't broken through that back line led by Matt Mahoney.
It has been a remarkable job. I mean, El Paso, 275 passes to Colorado Springs, 78 in the second half.
Throw in coming, 88th minute. Colorado Springs killing time with Duke Lacroix in the corner. Tejada. And that's a frustrated clearance.
Sure is.
Almost hit the substitute with the penny on down there. Lucky for him it didn't. Whistle passed.
And it turned into a fastball in a row 5 on the near side.
Scoring summary on delay in the 12th minute. Coronado equalized a minute later. Lacroix, silky in the corner. Look at that from Lacroix, but one too many touches and then he went down over the end line. The substitutes do not like that.
Somebody's got to help me understand what El Paso is doing here. Why? What's the point? What is the purpose?
Frank Taroma has been around this league a long time. Might have been a bit of an overreaction from Colorado Springs. It's right in front of the substitutes. Yeah. It's kind of boiling over. We'll see what he did and how much malicious intent there may have been.
The quad dribbles it to the end line. He wanted to try and turn the corner. Couldn't do it. It's out of play. The quad didn't do anything. Daroma is trying to get on the ball and get El Paso back into the attack, but that's needless.
I might disagree with you here, Ken, because I think what Lacroix is going to do is he's going to get the ball, he's going to hold the ball, he's going to keep it back there. Daroma is trying to get the ball back for a goal kick as quickly as possible. I don't really mind that shoulder barge there. A little forearm shiver because he's trying to restart play. He's booked for it. Daroma, a yellow card there.
I feel as if you can do it without risking the card in that spot. And I thought it was unnecessary contact to get around. You're 100% right, because you know Lacroix is just going to try and lay on the ball in that spot. But to go full NHL playoffs mode, I just feel like it puts your team at a disadvantage.
Good diagonal ball here. Memo Diaz in the corner, draws a double team. Robert Coronado whips it in. Now Colorado Springs can consider breaking. We're in second half stoppage time. Good break up this left side. do or may. Will he go or will he stay in the corner? Tough decision for the Frenchman. He's going to stay in the corner.
One thing that it feels like for El Paso is they've run out of ideas in the attack here. A lot of it is spray the ball forward, go chase, try and whip in a cross, but there's no build-up any longer, nothing organized. Oh, it's chaos now. There are just bodies all over the place. There's touch lines yelling.
Tejada trying to turn. Good sliding win. Direct play from El Paso. A minimum of 3 minutes will be added on here at the end of the second half. Good balance. He stayed on his feet. The flag is down. Armando Moreno. Moreno back to his left. Moreno waiting. Finds a teammate here. Beto Avila shot well off the mark.
You can see the frustration with Armando Moreno, who worked extremely hard. He was trying desperately to find any sort of shooting lane that he could. He laid it off, and then the attempt to hit the back post with a right foot opposite side. That is a difficult shot for even the most world-class of players to try and execute.
And time now for our critical moment of the match. It's brought to you by Common Spirit Health. An easy decision here. On delay, the FC Dallas Loney opened the scoring in the 12th minute.
And it was a phenomenal 1-2 with Dylan. He made his contribution in the attack, the lone one tonight, but it was enough for the assist onto the feet of Andale. It was 1-0. Unfortunately for Colorado Springs, it didn't take El Paso long to equalize.
Abraham Romero restarts, closing second to this one. Colorado Springs fired up, playing down a man for the entire second half and haven't really given up one good chance. You had a few good saves from Romero, but all things considered, a good defensive showing from Colorado Springs, playing 10 versus 11 for 45 minutes.
8 shots on target for El Paso in the second half, but no big chances.
And a free kick is won by Colorado Springs. There's the goal scorer, continues to be proactive. It's Robert Coronado, whistle for the foul.
I gotta say, if I'm James Chambers and I'm headed to the training room after this one, I feel really good about the spirit of my club. Your back was against the wall. You were in an extremely tenuous situation. Once Sandy went out of this match, second yellow, and you get a result, and there's the final whistle.
A full time in Colorado Springs. The home side survives an onslaught in the second half. 45 minutes down a man after Zach Sandy's second yellow. Colorado Springs survives. They have played twice this regular season, both times ending in a draw. It was 2-2 in El Paso in March. It ends 1-1 on a frigid night in the Springs of Colorado. And time for our man of the match. The votes are in. The Groom Transportation man of the match is Herbert Andale, the FC Dallas Loney from Minnesota. It's presented by Groom Airport Shuttle, providing stress-free transportation between Colorado Springs and DIA.
Andale not only did it in the attack, but when his team needed to retreat defensively, especially going down a man, he did that as well. Very deserved man of the match, Herbert Andale.
The captain got his goal. Robert Coronado, Andale the Loney got his. Both goals in a 2-minute span in the first half, and that was enough for a resolute Colorado Springs Switchbacks FC side. Full time, we wrap it up next. 1-1 tonight in Colorado Springs.
Injured in a crash? Get McDivitt, and you get a firm dedicated to every single detail of your case.
We have the knowledge and resources to investigate the crash and your insurance company's small print.
Details matter. That's why we dive deep into every aspect of your case. This gives us the firepower we need to make the insurance company pay you the money you deserve.
We never ask you to pay a penny until we get you max money for your injuries.
Online at mcdivittlaw.com.
McDivitt.
The moment you call McDivitt, an action plan is put into place right away to get you the help you need.
Each case and each client is different, with different needs and solutions. Your attorney and team immediately investigates every aspect of your crash and injuries.
We track down all the paperwork and deal directly with the insurance company for you.
We keep you in the loop every step of the way, fighting to get you max money for your injuries.
And you never pay us a dime until we get money for you.
McDivitt.
I don't remember how it started.
Go to that.
Our back and forth. It always came back.
Dad!
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
This is what it's all about, a young fan getting a signature on his forehead. Hopefully the Sharpie comes out tomorrow. Quincy Huerme, the Frenchman, having some fun with the natives in Colorado Springs.
Tell you what, that permanent marker doesn't come off as easily as he or Mom thinks it does.
Here's some full-time highlights. Matt Peterson with Ken Levicka, second meeting of the season. These highlights are presented by McDivitt Law Firm. And early on, the FC Dallas Loney with the opening goal.
Herbert Underlay in the 12th minute. Him and Dylan team up. The finish for Underlay beats Jamali Wade. It was 1-0, but we only had to wait a minute later for the equalizer. You see the build-up. Moreno is able to create space, and he feeds it perfectly to the right foot of the center back. Robert Coronado up in the attack, and his one-time finish was absolute perfection. It was 1-1. We thought it was an avalanche of goals about to come, man.
Biggest moment of the match, this attempted clearance here from Zandy. He is in sheer shock. Second yellow as he tried to clear the ball at midfield. Second yellow. And we fast forward to 83rd minute, one of the better chances for El Paso. Watch Abraham Romero stand on his head. Not one, but two saves.
And the second one comes right here. This is lobbed towards the crossbar, and up goes Romero, tips the ball over the crossbar, and a very courageous Colorado Springs second half defensive effort to get the point in the table.
El Paso is 16 shots, and these brave fans on a cold night get their post-game fireworks on this Easter weekend.
And they see Colorado Springs batten down the hatches, 65-35 in possession for El Paso, up a man almost the entire second half, 16-3 shot advantage, 10-2 on target, 5 Colorado Springs yellows and a red, and still a 1-1 draw, and both teams get their point.
Our scoring came in the first half. Herbert Underlay in the 12th minute, a tying goal from Robert Coronado. A sending off early in the second half, and a survival for Switchbacks FC. For our entire production crew, including my partner Ken Levicka, our producer Mackenzie Pierce, I'm Matt Peterson, saying good night from Colorado Springs. Full time on a frigid evening in the Springs. It's Colorado Springs Switchbacks FC 1, El Paso Locomotive FC 1.
This copyrighted telecast of the United Soccer League cannot be retransmitted, rebroadcast, or reproduced without the express written consent of the United Soccer League.
Sam's. Morehouse. Monday's right in front of her. Monday shoots and scores! A mistake for Orlando! Sam's. Morehouse. Sam's. Morehouse. Monday's right in front of her. Monday shoots and scores! A mistake for Orlando! And the Pride have the Monday Scaries. This is so good. I was just thinking if one of these teams score, it's going to be off of a high press because that's where they've looked most effective. And Monday starts to go. And she's kind of all by herself, but she opts to say, hey, Anna Morehouse, can you handle this? Some would say it was a gift. I think it's hard work from Monday. Sam's. Morehouse. Monday's right in front of her. Monday shoots and scores! A mistake for Orlando! And the Pride have the Monday Scaries. Sam's. Morehouse. Monday's right in front of her. Monday shoots and scores! A mistake for Orlando! And the Pride have the Monday Scaries. This is so good. I was just thinking if one of these teams score, it's going to be off of a high press because that's where they've looked most effective. And Monday starts to go. And she's kind of all by herself, but she opts to say, hey, Anna Morehouse, can you handle this? Some would say it was a gift. I think it's hard work from Monday. Sam's. Morehouse. Monday's right in front of her. Monday shoots and scores! A mistake for Orlando! And the Pride have the Monday Scaries. This is so good. I was just thinking if one of these teams score, it's going Sam's. Morehouse. Monday's right in front of her. Monday shoots and scores! A mistake for Orlando! And the Pride Sam's. Morehouse. Monday's right in front of her. Monday shoots and scores! A mistake for Orlando! And the Pride comes Morehouse. Monday's right in front of her. Monday shoots and scores! A mistake for Orlando! And the Pride. Danner, she's tangled up with Kawasi. And Kawasi has it tackled away by Limos. It's a yellow card. Well, Kawasi does a Danner, she's tangled up with Kawasi. And Kawasi has it tackled away by Limos. It's a yellow card. Well, Kawasi does a Danner, she's tangled up with Kawasi. And Kawasi has it tackled away by Limos. It's a yellow card. Well, Kawasi does a Danner, she's tangled up with Kawasi. And Kawasi has it tackled away by Limos. It's a yellow card. Well, Kawasi does a really fix for this with Marta. Can she bend it back in the path of some of those runners away from Kingsbury? Giralda is shown a yellow, arguing. We're seeing that this has not typically been a high press Orlando team, and look at them. Anto looking to pounce, blocked by Kingsbury. And Bernal clears. So can you have some nuances to the... We're seeing that this has not typically been a high press Orlando team, and look at them. Anto looking to pounce, blocked by Kingsbury. And Bernal clears. So can you have some nuances to the... We're seeing that this has not typically been a high press Orlando team, and look at them. Anto looking to pounce, blocked by Kingsbury. And Bernal clears. So can you have some nuances to the... We're seeing that this has not typically been a high press Orlando team, and look at them. Anto looking to pounce, blocked by Kingsbury. And Bernal clears. So can you have some nuances to the high press Orlando team, and look at them. Anto looking to pounce, blocked by Kingsbury. Abello. Takes a shot from distance. Abello almost. Whoa. Kerry Obello, a little bit of an unsung hero on this Orlando team because a lot of people get the accolade. Abello. Takes a shot from distance. Abello almost. Whoa. Kerry Obello, a little bit of an unsung hero on this Orlando team because a lot of people get the accolade. Abello. Takes a shot from distance. Abello almost. Whoa. Kerry Obello, a little bit of an unsung hero on this Orlando team because a lot of people get the accolade. Abello. Takes a shot from distance. Abello almost. Whoa. Kerry Obello, a little bit of an unsung hero on this Orlando team because a lot of people get the accolade. Abello. Takes a shot from distance. Abello. Abello. Takes a shot from distance. Abello. It's the first time we're now getting to see Washington high press. And it works out. Narumi. Stainbrook. Hatch. Moves it to her left. In the box. Brown. Blocked. On the spin. Hatch again. Nearly. Whoa. She almost... It's the first time we're now getting to see Washington high press. And it works out. Narumi. Stainbrook. Hatch. Moves it to her left. In the box. Brown. Blocked. On the spin. Hatch again. Nearly. Whoa. She almost... It's the first time we're now getting to see Washington high press. And it works out. Narumi. Stainbrook. Hatch. Moves it to her left. In the box. Brown. Blocked. On the spin. Hatch again. Nearly. Whoa. She almost... It's the first time we're now getting to see Washington high press. And it works out. Narumi. Stainbrook. Hatch. Moves it to her left. In the box. Brown. Blocked. On the spin. Hatch again. Nearly. Whoa. She almost. Oh, pressure's on. Abello. Carry Abello. Banda! What? No! It really looked like that was going in for Banda. Somehow it didn't. Is there a wall? Oh, pressure's on. Abello. Carry Abello. Banda! What? No! It really looked like that was going in for Banda. Somehow it didn't. Is there a wall? Oh, pressure's on. Abello. Carry Abello. Banda! What? No! It really looked like that was going in for Banda. Somehow it didn't. Is there a wall? Oh, pressure's on. Abello. Carry Abello. Banda! What? No! It really looked like that was going in for Banda. Somehow it didn't. Is there a wall? Trying to find some momentum now for Orlando. Pressure's on. Abello. Carry Abello. Banda! What? No! It really looked. Trying to find some momentum now for Orlando. Pressure's on. Abello. Carry Abello. Banda! What? No! It really looked. From Marta, Banda, Kingsbury, it's in! Orlando finds the equalizer off a corner kick. Orlando last year came into the season and knowing that the last home. From Marta, Banda, Kingsbury, it's in! Orlando finds the equalizer off a corner kick. Orlando last year came into the season and knowing that the last home. From Marta, Banda, Kingsbury, it's in! Orlando finds the equalizer off a corner kick. Orlando last year came into the season and knowing that the last home. From Marta, Banda, Kingsbury, it's in! Orlando finds the equalizer off a corner kick. Orlando last year came into the season and knowing that the last clear shot at the goal. I think this is going to be called back. Yeah. The clear shot at the goal. I think this is going to be called back. Yeah. Chipped up from Pickett. Marta. Shoots from distance. Kingsbury pushes it over the bar. Oh, chipped up from Pickett. Marta. Shoots from distance. Kingsbury pushes it over the bar. Oh, chipped up from Pickett. Marta. Shoots from distance. Kingsbury pushes it over the bar. Oh, chipped up from Pickett. Marta. Shoots from distance. Kingsbury pushes it over the bar. Oh, Washington gets revenge. It's a 1-0 victory for the Spirit at Inter & Co Stadium against the Orlando Pride. It's a massive, massive win and a lot of respect between those. And that is a little piece of revenge that they've been wanting for a long time. Their depth. And they not only broke a 22-game undefeated streak at home for the Orlando Pride in all competitions, they did it by really good defensive work. Everything this Spirit team did showed their grit, their mentality.
some of the names you just mentioned, especially Damas, who was good for 12 goals a year ago.
Chance top of the box, and there is an opening goal on cue for Colorado Springs.
Some of the names you just mentioned, especially Damas, who was good for 12 goals a year ago.
Chance top of the box, and there is an opening goal on cue for Colorado Springs.
Herbert Enley able to get into the box, create a ton of room for himself, and there was absolutely nothing that Jamali Waite was going to do about it. It was an ill-timed back heel in his own defensive third for Eric Cavillo, and Colorado Springs jumps all over it. We were just discussing some of the attacking issues with some of the names you just mentioned, especially Damas, who was good for 12 goals a year ago.
Chance top of the box, and there is an opening goal on cue for Colorado Springs.
Herbert Enley able to get into the box, create a ton of room for himself, and there was absolutely nothing that Jamali Waite was going to do about it. It was an ill-timed back heel in his own defensive third for Eric Cavillo, and Colorado Springs jumps all over it. We were just discussing some of the attacking issues with some of the names you just mentioned, especially Damas, who was good for 12 goals a year ago.
Chance top of the box, and there is an opening goal on cue for Colorado Springs.
Herbert Enley able to get into the box, create a ton of room for himself, and there was absolutely nothing that Jamali Waite was going to do about it. It was an ill-timed back heel in his own defensive third for Eric Cavillo, and Colorado Springs jumps all over it. We were just discussing some of the attacking issues with some of the names you just mentioned, especially Damas, who was good for 12 goals a year ago.
Chance top of the box, and there is an opening goal on cue for Colorado Springs.
Herbert Enley able to get into the box, create a ton of room for himself, and there was absolutely nothing that Jamali Waite was going to do about it. It was an ill-timed back heel in his own defensive third for Eric Cavillo, and Colorado Springs jumps all over it. We were just discussing some of the attacking issues with El Paso, and Colorado Springs, it takes them just over 10 minutes to jump out to a lead right away here tonight.
El Paso back the other way. There's a good cross and an immediate equalizer. It came so quickly. Robert Coronado, the center back, pushes all the way forward to finish this cross.
Well, here we go. It has turned into the goal fest we suspected it was going to be. Defense optional. And so when you look at Robert Coronado, what a run he makes right up the middle, but this is all pieced together by Armando Moreno. Look at him gather himself. He takes on two defenders in El Paso, and Colorado Springs, it takes them just over 10 minutes to jump out to a lead right away here tonight.
El Paso back the other way. There's a good cross and an immediate equalizer. It came so quickly. Robert Coronado, the center back, pushes all the way forward to finish this cross.
Well, here we go. It has turned into the goal fest we suspected it was going to be. Defense optional. And so when you look at Robert Coronado, what a run he makes right up the middle, but this is all pieced together by Armando Moreno. Look at him gather himself. He takes on two defenders in El Paso, and Colorado Springs, it takes them just over 10 minutes to jump out to a lead right away here tonight.
El Paso back the other way. There's a good cross and an immediate equalizer. It came so quickly. Robert Coronado, the center back, pushes all the way forward to finish this cross.
Well, here we go. It has turned into the goal fest we suspected it was going to be. Defense optional. And so when you look at Robert Coronado, what a run he makes right up the middle, but this is all pieced together by Armando Moreno. Look at him gather himself. He takes on two defenders in El Paso, and Colorado Springs, it takes them just over 10 minutes to jump out to a lead right away here tonight.
El Paso back the other way. There's a good cross and an immediate equalizer. It came so quickly. Robert Coronado, the center back, pushes all the way forward to finish this cross.
Well, here we go. It has turned into the goal fest we suspected it was going to be. Defense optional. And so when you look at Robert Coronado, what a run he makes right up the middle, but this is all pieced together by Armando Moreno. Look at him gather himself. He takes on two defenders.
Is slowed down. There's a hard challenge and a shrill whistle.
Yeah.
And a booking will be shown here. Is slowed down. There's a hard challenge and a shrill whistle.
Yeah.
And a booking will be shown here. Is slowed down. There's a hard challenge and a shrill whistle.
Yeah.
And a booking will be shown here. Is slowed down. There's a hard challenge and a shrill whistle.
Yeah.
And a booking will be shown here.
Of different moves that can be made to try and ensure that.
Another bruising challenge. Many warnings. A yellow card should be shown soon. Here it comes. He's seen enough. Coronado went down.
Of different moves that can be made to try and ensure that.
Another bruising challenge. Many warnings. A yellow card should be shown soon. Here it comes. He's seen enough. Coronado went down.
Of different moves that can be made to try and ensure that.
Another bruising challenge. Many warnings. A yellow card should be shown soon. Here it comes. He's seen enough. Coronado went down.
Of different moves that can be made to try and ensure that.
Another bruising challenge. Many warnings. A yellow card should be shown soon. Here it comes. He's seen enough. Coronado went down. The one thing both coaches would say, though, not enough end product. Just 2 shots for El Paso, only 1 shot for the home team. There's been a lot of final third entries, both teams with 25 or more, but that last pass, that last bit of magic has been lacking since the goals. The one thing both coaches would say, though, not enough end product. Just 2 shots for El Paso, only 1 shot for the home team. There's been a lot of final third entries, both teams with 25 or more, but that last pass, that last bit of magic has been lacking since the goals. The one thing both coaches would say, though, not enough end product. Just 2 shots for El Paso, only 1 shot for the home team. There's been a lot of final third entries, both teams with 25 or more, but that last pass, that last bit of magic has been lacking since the goals. The one thing both coaches would say, though, not enough end product. Just 2 shots for El Paso, only 1 shot for the home team. There's been a lot of final third entries, both teams with 25 or more, but that last pass, that last bit of magic has been lacking since the goals. Quiet first half for Dylan. Never seemed to be on the same page with his midfield. And that substitution brought to you by UCCS, where business career starts. And there is a second yellow and a sending off. 4 first half yellows for quiet first half for Dylan. Never seemed to be on the same page with his midfield. And that substitution brought to you by UCCS, where business career starts. And there is a second yellow and a sending off. 4 first half yellows for quiet first half for Dylan. Never seemed to be on the same page with his midfield. And that substitution brought to you by UCCS, where business career starts. And there is a second yellow and a sending off. 4 first half yellows for quiet first half for Dylan. Never seemed to be on the same page with his midfield. And that substitution brought to you by UCCS, where business career starts. And there is a second yellow and a sending off. 4 first half yellows for now another free kick, 2 fouls in quick succession. We talked about it. It was a 15-5 foul disparity at the end of the first half. That goes against another free kick, 2 fouls in quick succession. We talked about it. It was a 15-5 foul disparity at the end of the first half. That goes against another free kick, 2 fouls in quick succession. We talked about it. It was a 15-5 foul disparity at the end of the first half. That goes against another free kick, 2 fouls in quick succession. We talked about it. It was a 15-5 foul disparity at the end of the first half. That goes against good outlet here for Colorado Springs. Yosuke Hanya leading the attack for Colorado Springs. Good delivery, good settling touch, and a clearance right in front of Jamali Waits. Best move of the night so far. It comes. Good outlet here for Colorado Springs. Yosuke Hanya leading the attack for Colorado Springs. Good delivery, good settling touch, and a clearance right in front of Jamali Waits. Best move of the night so far. It comes. Good outlet here for Colorado Springs. Yosuke Hanya leading the attack for Colorado Springs. Good delivery, good settling touch, and a clearance right in front of Jamali Waits. Best move of the night so far. It comes. Good outlet here for Colorado Springs. Yosuke Hanya leading the attack for Colorado Springs. Good delivery, good settling touch, and a clearance right in front of Jamali Waits. Best move of the night so far. It comes. Oh, not a great opportunity there with the ties to the Philadelphia Union from the Colorado Springs coaching staff. There's an overhead kick tipped over the bar by Abraham Romero. Spectacularly done from Armando Moreno, looking for his 4th goal of the season. Oh, not a great opportunity there with the ties to the Philadelphia Union from the Colorado Springs coaching staff. There's an overhead kick tipped over the bar by Abraham Romero. Spectacularly done from Armando Moreno, looking for his 4th goal of the season. Oh, not a great opportunity there with the ties to the Philadelphia Union from the Colorado Springs coaching staff. There's an overhead kick tipped over the bar by Abraham Romero. Spectacularly done from Armando Moreno, looking for his 4th goal of the season. Oh, not a great opportunity there with the ties to the Philadelphia Union from the Colorado Springs coaching staff. There's an overhead kick tipped over the bar by Abraham Romero. Spectacularly done from Armando Moreno, looking for his 4th goal of the season. And the cross comes in, mishandled and defended well. Abraham Romero moments after tipping it over. And the cross comes in, mishandled and defended well. Abraham Romero moments after tipping it over. And the cross comes in, mishandled and defended well. Abraham Romero moments after tipping it over. And the cross comes in, mishandled and defended well. Abraham Romero moments after tipping it over.
Better.
There's some Saturday scores on a busy day across the championship numbers. This game did not have many shots. What else do you make of these first half numbers?
Well, the possession is interesting because Colorado Springs spent the first however, and you were talking about it, and then Zandy picked up the red.
This shot comes in, Romero handles. They don't mind shots.
However, and you were talking about it, and then Zandy picked up the red.
This shot comes in, Romero handles. They don't mind shots.
However, and you were talking about it, and then Zandy picked up the red.
This shot comes in, Romero handles. They don't mind shots.
However, and you were talking about it, and then Zandy picked up the red.
This shot comes in, Romero handles. They don't mind shots. Corner kick, El Paso Locomotive. Top of the box is the target. Settling touch is off the shin. Unfortunate there, but it's a second phase here for Frank DeRoma. Back to his right, his shot is saved. Corner kick, El Paso Locomotive. Top of the box is the target. Settling touch is off the shin. Unfortunate there, but it's a second phase here for Frank DeRoma. Back to his right, his shot is saved. Corner kick, El Paso Locomotive. Top of the box is the target. Settling touch is off the shin. Unfortunate there, but it's a second phase here for Frank DeRoma. Back to his right, his shot is saved. Corner kick, El Paso Locomotive. Top of the box is the target. Settling touch is off the shin. Unfortunate there, but it's a second phase here for Frank DeRoma. Back to his right, his shot is saved. For his first goal of the campaign, and it's spilled initially and now cleared. Romero couldn't hold. Looking for his first goal of the campaign, and it's spilled initially and now cleared. Romero couldn't hold. Looking for his first goal of the campaign, and it's spilled initially and now cleared. Romero couldn't hold. For his first goal of the campaign, and it's spilled initially and now cleared. Romero couldn't hold. Very resolute, very team-oriented, playing down a man. Will it be enough, though? That shot is palmed away by Abraham Romero. Unconventional save, diving to his very resolute, very team-oriented, playing down a man. Will it be enough, though? That shot is palmed away by Abraham Romero. Unconventional save, diving to his very resolute, very team-oriented, playing down a man. Will it be enough, though? That shot is palmed away by Abraham Romero. Unconventional save, diving to his very resolute, very team-oriented, playing down a man. Will it be enough, though? That shot is palmed away by Abraham Romero. Unconventional save, diving to the back post. Memo Diaz couldn't settle it, but now he's back on the ball. Memo Diaz bending it. Romero palms it over the bar. Good goalkeeping. He had to backpedal. He's helped up by his teammates after tipping this over the bar. To the back post. Memo Diaz couldn't settle it, But now he's back on the ball. Memo Diaz bending it. Romero palms it over the bar. Good goalkeeping. He had to backpedal. He's helped up by his teammates after tipping this over the bar. To the back post. Memo Diaz couldn't settle it. But now he's back on the ball. Memo Diaz bending it. Romero palms it over the bar. Good goalkeeping. He had to backpedal. He's helped up by his teammates after tipping this over the bar. To the back post. Memo Diaz couldn't settle it. But now he's back on the ball. Memo Diaz bending it. Romero palms it over the bar. Good goalkeeping. He had to backpedal. He's helped up by his teammates after tipping this over the bar.
Your injuries.
Online at mcdivittlaw.com.
McDivitt.
The moment you call McDivitt, an action plan is put into place right away to get you the help you need.
Each case and each client is different, with different needs and solutions. Your attorney and team immediately investigates every aspect of your
And all the paperwork and deal directly with the insurance company for you.
We keep you in the loop every step of the way, fighting to get you max money for your injuries.
And you never pay us a dime until we get money for you.
Not one, but two saves.
And the second one comes right here. This is lobbed towards the crossbar, and up goes Romero, tips the ball over the crossbar, and a very courageous Colorado Springs